Hey everybody, it's Hi Pink Player. How's everybody doing today? I hope everybody's having a good day. Let's check our audio here. Okay. I'll give everybody a little time. We'll take a little time. Today's going to be a relaxed stream. I'm wearing my costume, my Mario hat. It's the only hat I had, the only costume I had. I haven't been in a costume in 40 years. So I'll give everybody a little time. I started a little early. So we'll give everybody just a little bit of time to get in here. We'll give it a time for the notifications to go out. I'm gonna put a couple of sodas up here. I plan on being here a while. If no one shows up, I won't stay. But I want to play this, and then I want to play Escape from Duckov, which seems to be a very cool game. I'm hoping. Let's see. Is it better with this light off or on? Off. I think off will be better. I wanted to get a plunger, but I don't have one. I'm wearing earbuds, so that way I can wear the hat. I couldn't wear the hat with my regular headphones. Honestly, I'm thinking about getting a set of in-ear monitors. They're just high quality earbuds. I started way early, but I got bored. I tell you what we'll do while we're waiting. Let's go ahead and start up our Ascension. Not Ascension, our Sinestra. And we'll check and see if we sold anything today while we're waiting for 1 p.m. to get here. We'll jump into launch. And we'll see if we sold anything today. Okay. I don't remember if we can put anything up for sale, actually. There we go. Okay, and we will go ahead and see if we sold anything. I don't think we did. Oh, what is the deal with the echo? Did anybody else hear that? Why would the sound echo? Maybe not. Oh, we sold something, looks like. Oh, it's running rough today. Why is it running so rough? No, just that bow. I don't think we put anything up for sale. Yeah. That sells for 8 gold. I wonder what that sells for in the auction house. Well, okay, we didn't sell anything there. We can log into Ascension on our block and see if we sold anything there. I just don't think I'm used to hearing it in stereo. I usually only play with one headphone in. And having both in is weird. But I think I'm going to try to get maybe oh, actually, while we're here, I want to check on that. See if I can find a program. Does Restream has an overlay, right? Oh. Nope. Oh, nope. Doesn't Restream have a program for chat? I was thinking they had analytics. How? I don't know. Settings? Billing payments. No. We stream chat overlay. Chat overlay in stream audio. Okay, but how do you do it? It's not settings. Home. Embed stream? No, that's not it. Embedded chat? Is it that? No, that just opens it as a web page. Okay. I don't know. I guess there isn't one. I really thought there was. Now this one here, like, if I pull that one down as a window, right? Can I like do its opacity and stuff? Appearance, scale. You used to be able to make this one. There's a pop-out chat for Discord, and you used to be able to make it like opaque, like where you couldn't see it, but I don't think you can anymore. You can set the scale. Compact mode. Okay, but that doesn't really do anything. I mean, I could definitely have it over. World of Warcraft has stopped responding. Oh, uh-oh, that crashed. Why did it crash? That's not good. Hope Discord isn't. I hope. Okay, there it goes. I don't know. Oh, that's so loud. I know it's not for you guys. Why are you not even showing up as audio? What's going on? There we go. Okay, I've got to turn down my audio. That affects you guys though. Okay. I don't know if that affects you guys or not. I think so. Okay, so is there any way for me? Say I turned that all the way up. And then I turn it down on the monitor. Does that affect? No, that does not affect you guys. Oh gosh, what happened? I had my Steam Deck propped up, and apparently that's not going to work. So, okay, that keeps the audio for you guys, but not for me. Okay, that's what I want, because man, that was way too loud. That hurt my head. We're under a freeze watch. Good Lord. Oh, good God. Turn down like 20%. Good God, that's so loud. All right, what'd we sell? Oh, mouse, calm down, dude. What is going on with... Oh, we sold a bunch. Oh, we sold the Tarantula Silk Slash for almost 2 gold. Ah, we're up to 9 gold on our Warlock. God, what is the deal with the mouse, man? The mouse is freaking out, dude. Okay, it's almost 2. Let's exit out, get ready for Stanley Parable. God. This is just not working well. I don't know what the deal is. I'll put that back up here. Yeah. I don't know. There used to be a game overlay deal. And like a chat overlay, but there's not now, I guess. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I wonder if there's just a Twitch overlay, because it doesn't have to be Restream, right? Twitch overlay for chat. No, transparent Twitch overlay. There we go. What is this? We'll display Twitch chat on top of a windowed or borderless windowed game. Oh, yes, that would be perfect. Download the latest release. It's also to make it easier and stuff. Automatically install required dependents. Windows protected your PC. Yeah, I know that. That's going to freak out because it doesn't like overlays. Let's do the portable. Let's see if this works. If this works, that would be amazing. Because then I wouldn't have to keep looking up. All right, let's open it. Let's unzip it. Extract all. It's bigger than I thought it'd be. Okay. Yeah, I know. You don't want to run it. Run anyway. Okay. You can get started by clicking the settings button. Okay. Settings. Username. TV. Twitch. Yes. Save. Okay, let's type something up here and see if it works. Yes, it does. Okay, that is nice. Can I switch the font? The font is so big. Zoom out, zoom out. Toggle interactable. Okay, Control Alt F7. Is that what this button is? Nope, it hit it. Oh, no, it makes it truly. Oh, I like that. Okay. That's very cool. Let's add that to the desktop. Add to desktop. Send to desktop. Okay. Okay, let's start up the Stanley Parable. We'll jump right in. Developed by Crows. It's not there yet. Properties. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Oh, enter the time. It is 1 or 2. Not AM though. Oh, 201. 202. Okay. Hang on. I like that. Wait, hold on. Click. Okay. Before we get started, can I just say something? You betcha, buddy. Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. Yeah, I tested it a minute ago to make sure it worked. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. You're welcome. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even know if any of knowing. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal. Since you're so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not in the correct time, you've earned it. All right, I'll let you get back to the video game. That's cute. I love stuff like that. Okay, begin. What are we under settings? Field of view, camera sensitivity, nothing really. Video, borderless. Wow, we're good. All right, begin the game. The end is never the end is never the end is never the end. Click
this
skip.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I'm not going to skip anything.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Okay.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although
greetings
considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every.
How are you doing? My chat overlay sees Twitch, but not Xbox. That's okay, but not YouTube. How you doing? How you doing?
One day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Oh yeah, I know. I figured that.
For nearly an hour, when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
I'm wearing a Mario hat
Something
today.
was very clearly wrong.
My costume.
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to
Oh,
move for the
you poor
longest
thing.
time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Yes, I'm on YouTube. I didn't buy it, but I found a chat overlay that puts it on my screen, on the game screen, but it doesn't show YouTube. It only shows Twitch. I gotta figure out. Is it Control Alt F7? Yes. Can I make it see? Settings. I guess it's only chat. Connect. Connect. Authorize. Okay. Widgets. General. Chat. Twitch. No, it's just Twitch, I guess. I mean, that's okay. It's better than nothing. I mean, you know. It is. I'm really thinking about it. I'm thinking about moving to Kick. But we're going to do the Stanley Parable. And then if there's time, I got a new game called Escape from Duckov, which is a single-player escape from Tarkov with ducks. It's very fun. Okay. Okay, where do we gotta go? What do we got? Can we read these? Recommendations from the Oversight Committee, June 18th, 1931. General questions about bucket filling. A short history of the differences between Poland and Austria-Hungary. Let's see. Partition Corp. Providing partitions for 56 years. I hate Mondays. Man, I can almost read that. Okay. Can't do anything with the computer. Man, this runs so... What's that say? I can't read it. Can we go in here? No, can't go in there. Can't go in there. Can't do anything with these.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
dude!
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I hate Mondays.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who farted? I can't read it. When the youngins get here later on tonight, if we're still streaming, I'll have to go in and see them when they come in for Halloween, of course, but... $1991. Do you know questions about bucket filling? Words. I love stuff like this. I can't read it. Internal use only, it says. Index. Can I get a index to using help? How to use help, window.exe. Oh, it's Windows 3.1. 91? Yeah, that'd be about right. They'll only stop for a minute. And we'll see how long I stream. Oh, hello. You know, I'll stream until I'm tired. Today's just a relaxed day. We did get on Ascension for a second because I started way early. We sold $9 worth of stuff in the auction house. Nothing on Sinestra. Close the door? I can't close the door. Why does that just scream Swiss Alps? I have no idea if that's right or not. Sales in this quarter. This does not make sense. Projections. Can't close that door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, let's see what it says when we go on the right. Nine gold. 9 gold. Sorry. I said dollars.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Can't jump. Oh! Or B9.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Okay, now, can we go back and go in the right door? Oh, we can't.
Yes, really. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he
Can I open it? Oh, no! Oh. Oh, dang it. It closes it behind you, too, so you can't go back. Can I move things? That would be cool. Do not jump from the cargo lift while in motion, will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift 1,000. Penalty for jumping 5,000. Now I wonder, could we survive that?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really I'm not. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
I had to see.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I had to see. Okay, let's go the right direction this time and see what happens.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of two...
The door on his left. Okay, let's go on the left.
The door on his left.
Okay. 12. Unmarked. 411, nothing. Right. Ah, here we go.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Oh, I will.
Stanley decided
Eventually.
to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might
Meeting
find an answer
room.
there.
Weekly target. Meet Marketing Mondays. Termination Tuesdays. Office efficiency. Legal. Group. Do not alter with consulting whiteboard manager. Push for funding for R&D of new copy machines. Standard graphs 40 times wider, not cost efficient. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of the future was yesterday, tomorrow is now. No. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. Employee 147, 419, 405, Jim. TPS report. What is that? Can I use this? I can't. Oh, we're watching something. Where's it coming from? What are your dreams for the future? Blah 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 blah. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day. With no expectation of promotion or recognition, don't get fired. How to solve a dispute? Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passively aggressively. Resent workers for not supporting more, but just, yeah, sure. Using slides to assure employees that everything's okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Number of slides on this slide. Slides, charts and slides. That's not how that works. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rates of increase in graphs per slide. Please, no more charts. Please, I'm begging. Stop. The Boss Appreciation Minute. Our Boss Appreciation Minute worksheet. Circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return to your Boss Appreciation Specialist. How long does this go on for? If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict, why do we hire you? Remember that it takes two people to start a fight, and right now you're both of them. Okay, now we're here. Okay. Let's see if it keeps going, if it's different. Or if they're just random, maybe. Okay, no. What do we got? Why do people want things? Violet, James, you are fired. Money, more money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Telephone directory. Yeah, it loops eventually. Bi-quarterly post-review review. We need more, less reviews. 402 plus 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to a teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net, some sort of child trap. Wow. A lot of percentage. Teenagers, size of demographic, space between the teenagers. Throw something in the idea bin. No more bins, trash cans. Renaming of the idea something. On firing of me. Whoa, hold on. Better safe than profits. Business code rule number 1. References are not all that they're cracked up to be. Somebody doesn't like references. Synergize core value expenditures, shift global marketing paradigm, monetize free to play. Oh, so video games, okay. Is he still in the broom closet?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Oh, we can't do
There
anything.
was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow.
Oh,
just an
so what happens if
empty
you just
broom
stand here?
closet. No reason to still be here.
Diet caffeine-free soda.
Baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Well,
I love it.
please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I love it. Okay. We won't keep torturing the guy.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hi, Lonnie. I wrote this in first period and left it in your locker on the way to school. It's what all the cool kids are doing, I've decided. Write me back. Also, here's an idea for something to draw. 2 cats on a motorcycle. Hey, this is a good idea. What all the cool kids are actually doing is sending each other pages on their keepers. But we're cooler than them because guess what? They can't put this on a keeper or beeper. And it's 2 cats riding a... Dude, they actually wrote that out. How do you
But
park?
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the
What?
possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
I could
All
be.
my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
Yeah, this is very pretty.
None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other
Can I get a
strange
drink?
observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real.
Oh, spilled
And
cup.
at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what
This is slightly different every time.
to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while
Cup
I'm
moved.
still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Holy crap, I'm
Then
floating above the
he
ground.
imagined himself soaring through space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the
I wanna try
strangest
something.
question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming of
Oh,
a voice
faster than me.
describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all
Why
very
did that
odd,
one sound like a
wondered
cat?
if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak,
Wait, hold
was
on.
a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream.
That's
If
a
the
very
voice
telling
could see him
statement.
float and make the magical stars just a moment ago, how else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
I'm waiting for him to stop talking if he ever
So
does.
he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons.
He said as awake as you've ever been.
It's all I want. I
What if
want
he's
my
never been
apartment
asleep?
and my wife
Or never been
my
awake, I
job.
mean.
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously
Well, it's been
crazy.
fun playing Stanley Parable. We'll move on to another game now.
Everyone knows what
I'm
crazy
kidding.
people
I'm
look
kidding.
like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Well, that's a good game. It's short. Okay. This time we're going to follow all the directions and see where it takes us.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
All the same?
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, I know.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Dang. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Extreme bathrooms. Wish we could zoom in a little bit. We have no reflection. The beige pages. Business Times. What the? Business strategy. Oh, why are they shooting the bear for? Graphs and more graphs. Time magazine. Indoors monthly. Help, I can't find my cat. Could it be indoors? What wallpaper should I put in my kitchen? I don't know. That's up to you. This is nice.
In the manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh, I shouldn't have pushed the button right away and seen what he said. So this is all fake. I mean, we kind of suspected this. Is it aperture science? That's. Oh, I want to push up. Is this aperture science? That would be fantastic.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
That was so loud. Hold on. Wow. That actually made my head hurt for a second. I'll turn the volume down just a little bit more. It won't affect your guys' volume. I'll turn it down on the monitor. But man, that was so loud, that pop when he did that. Good Lord. Okay, mind control facility. We kind of knew something like that was happening. Escape. Oh. That's terrible fog. But nope, we're gonna stick with it. This time we're following the code here. Hi. I'll hit the button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Dude.
What secret did this place hold? Stanley
Oh,
thought.
I could play Fallout on this.
Have the strength to find out.
Oh, come on. I want to play Fallout on it. It was very meta. It would let me play the Stanley Parable on it. That would be fan-freaking-tastic.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to
Holy
pages on
crud.
the screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Employee fired. Fired. Okay, hold on. Employee Observation Protocol 2C. If, despite adherence to Protocol 2A and Protocol 2B, an employee leaves the office during work hours, in quotation marks, and a system loop has failed, you must terminate. 2D. Please note that Employee 432 is a test case. While the need for Protocol 2A may seem unlikely, Procedure 2A to 2C need not apply. In the event of 432 attempting to leave the office, contact supervisor and contact 432 prize pool. If a monitoring screen fails to initialize, contact maintenance and temporarily switch control over to desk screen. In the case of a Class 4 event, close system gate and consult with supervisor. In the case of a Class 3 event, close system gate, consult with supervisor, prime your consoles for info dump. Urgent. Employees should never, under any circumstances, that's the same one. Same one. Data points. Data points for 111-288-2800. 122 got lost in the past week. Reintroduction procedure authorized. 123 showing concern for employee. 122 check with system marker to see if scheduled. Spring in step, lower happiness values. Check with R&D to see if this is caused by content patch. Promote, demote, 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 promote and demote, demote. Tether disconnected, send HR. Messy papers, office relocation procedure authorized. Showing signs of non-compliance, do not adjust empathy values. HR is running another prize pool. So we're an experiment. That is just way too small to read. We were 432, right? No, that wasn't us. What employee number were we? I don't remember. It told us, but darned if I can remember.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible?
This is really tall.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for
Activate
all.
power cells 0000. Console disabled. Nothing. Nothing. And it's dark. Can't get in there. I want a flashlight. Mind controls idle, awaiting input. Mind control uptime. Redacted. I think it says redacted. No activity status. No activity status. 0. That's gibberish.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything.
Okay, this time we're going to follow his directions, see what happens. Loudness. Such loudness. Okay. What's going on?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
I guess not. You're still in my head.
Yes.
Good God.
He had defeated the machine.
Oh, there's no way.
Shackled himself from someone
That was
else's
way too
command.
easy.
Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
Clear my glasses.
even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as
There's no
sunlight
way.
streamed into the chamber, he realized
This
none
is
of
all
mattered to him.
this is all a simulation.
Was
There's
not
no
the
way
love
that's
or
real
evil
outside.
power that he had been seeking,
What?
but happiness.
Maybe that's a scratch.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel.
What's that?
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped.
I need
through
new
the
glasses
open
so
door.
bad. I can't afford them. Yeah, this is not even close to real.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
As we wake up at our desk. Complete the Stanley Parable. Award for getting any of the other achievements as your first. Okay, now this time we do the exact opposite of everything he tells us.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Wait.
decided to go to the meeting. Perhaps he had simply lost the
427. 420. Oh, sorry. 427. Okay. Let me give me a new notebook. I filled up my other ones. I always liked Mondays. Even when I worked, I liked Mondays.
When Stanley came to a set of two
Left.
open doors, he entered this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow.
Okay.
Yes.
We've done this.
room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, we're going straight.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible.
We're not jumping off this time.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Oh, I won't. We'll go back to that.
I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
I know, but I want to see what happens if we don't follow his directions.
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Man, this runs so well.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her.
What if I don't?
Truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Nope. Not going to do it because you want me to. Oh, there's actually a swinging light up there. I wasn't sure. Do you know the human impulse to pick up a ringing phone is so ingrained in me? Even a ringing phone on a video game, I have this innate need to go over and pick that phone up with my character. It's actually making me a little anxious letting it ring. Oh, look, even the shadow of the table is moving as it swings. That's a nice touch. Okay, I don't think he's going to say anything. He's never waited that long before.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
Oh, I'd love some fresh bread. I'm not even hungry and I'd love some fresh bread.
There we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Nope. That's not how this works, bud. Let's see if he says anything. I don't think he's going to. Okay. He's just not going to say nothing. Okay.
This is a very
Where's
sad
my-
story about
where's
the
my
death
bread?
of a man named Stanley.
Where's my bread? Good morning, employee 427. Press G on your keyboard. H.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons. doing
Oh, it's
exactly what he's
slowly
told to
changing the
do.
room into his
Now he's
cubicle.
pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel
I like
sorry
that
for him,
desk.
except that he's chosen this life.
I'd like to have that.
But in his mind, In his mind, he can go on fantastic.
Maybe I'll get a corner desk.
From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands.
I'd have to completely rearrange my room.
And each day that he returned to work was
I
a
could do that.
reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press C to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he
Where's
imagined
TV?
that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, everyone in the building, had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Rearrange my little dude. No, I don't think so. It's not gonna say anything, is it? Fine.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Proceed to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
R.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
L.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Oh.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Okay, so let's see. So this time we'll split it up. We'll go
Stanley came
right.
into a set of two open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the
Now,
employee lounge first.
now we
just
go.
to
We
admire
take the door to the left up here. Okay, we go through
The
here.
lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door.
Now we take this door to the left.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Left it is.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Yeah, this is great.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay, we're back here.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
427.
Just have to get back to, who am I?
Right there.
It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
I love it. Okay. This time we're still going to go right, but this time we're going to go past the thing on the floor because I want to see what happens. So we go right.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
Uh-oh.
Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you
No.
move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh. Okay, we can't go that way. Let's go right first. Those connect the same, okay. Okay, hold on. We're going to explore a little. Back rooms.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on.
We're in the back rooms.
There definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it.
Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself.
But it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, doggone it. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Now, we're going to look around for differences this time, because stuff's changing.
The meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, nothing really different. $4B3 still, okay. Narrator dude?
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
I can't. Oh, there we go. Okay. Can't open those, or they'd be open.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh, this is great. Sure. Oh. Oh, okay.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
I do. It was an office
Well,
building, sure.
Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Okay, we're
I know
done.
you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. I feel right about this at all.
Can I get the
We both
ability to
know you
jump?
Didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Oh, door's gone.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen
Me
this
too.
time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution.
Stanley Parable
This time,
Adventure
to
Line.
make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line.
Okay, let's
How
follow the
simple is
line.
that?
See what happens. Oh, okay. New. Oh, Windows 3.1 Solitaire. God, I love that game. So this is a new area.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of
I
the
wanna follow the
nature of
line.
life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your
Oh, it's
existence
an office lamp.
rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what?
I'm following the
I
line as
think
best I
what we
can.
need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Headphone wearers, I'm sorry. But I feel that's actually integral to the what they want to do with the game, so I'm gonna leave it. Oh wait. Okay. Okay. We're going to take like a 20-second break of the music. Wow, that is so loud. Oh, even with my volume turned down, that's loud. I am sorry, headphone users. If this keeps up very long, I'll turn it down. Okay, here we go. Get ready. If you got headphones on, heads up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Can you not do I got to... Okay, I want to make sure that's not just my mouse. Let me get out my other mouse. Did that really just not be able to unpause? No, I'm dropping things everywhere. Oh, no, this way? How come you never get USB in the right way the first time? Nope, stop that. Okay. Oh my God, if you pause it, you can't restart it. If you pause it, you can't restart it. Oh no. Can I do settings? I can do settings. Oh my God.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
That was built into the game.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he
Go.
entered the door on his left.
That had better be. Oh my God! If it made me start over.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered.
We'll see if the code's the same.
To nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind.
Okay, this is definitely different. Okay.
Desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad
Okay.
behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number. 28.
Yeah, same one. Okay.
But of course...
Wait, I want to see what happens.
Possibly have known this.
Nothing.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I love it.
2845.
That's so good.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
That's great. Okay, now I want to take the other way this time. Let's take this. And I want to go through the power thing first. Or the other one first. Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I don't trust you, narrator.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to
Nope,
turn around.
we're gonna see what's happening.
Track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward.
I love the narrator.
Confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion, Stanley was inched closer and closer to his death.
Oh no!
It reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Let's go, baby.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
I like her voice much better. Huh.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes
This is
meaningless,
so bright.
making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already
Nature
dead from the
paintings.
moment he hit start?
Oh. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the 2 doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Stanley's computer. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good time. The set of the 2 open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Oh, that makes sense. Filing cabinets, office computers, yep. Installing Chat Pro 2.1, program files Chat Pro. Is that a real program? And there's Solitaire, and then employee database. Loading employee database loaded. Please enter your command. Print employee status. Printing total employees in database. 604. Total employees in office 2. Print list employees in office. Printing employees 427. Employee 427. Status offline. Employee nothing. Status nothing. Please enter your command / disconnect. Cool. The office. Oh, I would have those. Oh. Are they double-sided? They are. Button sounds. A selection of sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. That's from Half-Life. I'm not going to read all those, but there they are if anybody wants to look at them. Davey Worden and William Pugh. Developed by Crows. Kevin Brighting as a narrator. Based on the work of the Stanley Parable 2013. Wow, 2013. Man, you don't think it's that old. It's 11 years or 12 years old. The office. Maintenance room, an early version of the maintenance room. Yeah. Oh, there's a picture of the TV room from the bottom up. That's a very cool picture. $100 bills. Welcome back, employee 427. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that this is far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Alien base, awesome. I love it. I would have loved that. Ultra Deluxe announcements. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. From Sylvia, final warning, there is a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world. Are the questions brought forth by the 10 special soul? Am I Stanley? Are you spying me? I don't know. Why and how? From the Quackster, question, will the game feature capybaras? Are these some real people? Pixel Sith, your narrator How do you stay in shape? Sincerely, Michael the Rock Martin. Dink dunk. Oh, there's a projector. Regarding a game in the works, I appreciate the previous Stanley game as a work of art and standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to the art. I would like to have. Will the Stanley Parable have infinite quests? How many endings? Is the Stanley Parable really going to let me go shopping? I hope it will have a fine selection of desert boots. Cameron. How do you make a JRPG? How do you make the worst game ever? What is the difference between a duck? A duck and what? How is the game going? I hope it is good or better than the first one from a cool man. James Irvine. What if it's from Irvine Studios? Audio Tempio Quasion, are you a rock? What is this strange number? Can you tell me what the significance of the number 111 to 2800 is? Yeah, I saw that. It's in a couple of places. Okay, we're back to the skeleton. Now, what would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? A burning question on a scale of how surreal this game be. Was one of an innocent voice, or did you bargain with the magician to receive it? And finally, most first of all, what is Stanley's last name? Congratulations. In line with our previous announcement regarding that promotion, here is the result in an attached file. Open it carefully and see the full details. Be the first to apply for your claim. After 24 hours, you don't hear from them. Oh. Love the game. Greetings, omnipotent voice. I want to tell you I like the Stanley Parable as much as I like seeing our enormously small badger and swim trunks. Indeed, I like as much as I like walking in the park, watching the sunset, and dare I say it, pushing balloons. Please, I would like you to keep this proposal top secret and delete it if you're not. Oh, 25. From the Asian Prince or whatever. Dear strong bad, dead strong bad. How do you type with boxing gloves on? End. Boxing gloves? What do the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. Montgomery James. I wonder how many of these there are. I'm Anthony Ellis, business broker. Please partner with me in a very rewarding business to make sure details will be sent to you. Oh, I wonder if that's a real email address. I have a question for you, sir, and it is, what is your message for today? Sincerely, Harris. Cat's terrorizing the house. There's a skeleton side. Okay, we're back there. We're back to skeletons. Wow, there's a lot of those. Okay, what's this say? After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a section of those emails. An early version of the lounge. Why is it counting down? In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Oh, they should have kept that. Pick it up now. The cargo lift. The cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after the early version, we decided we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. How do you jump to another path? Second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where the cargo actually stored. The office. From the left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011, the second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. Game design mock-up. This level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from this mock-up is still in the game. That is very good. Can we get in here? No. What was that? Oh. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Countdown room. An early version of the countdown room. Freedom ending. This is the freedom endings that existed in beta. I like that better, actually. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. What countdown ending? I feel like we're getting a lot of spoilers here. Zending. The screenshot depicts another version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Zending levers. These levers were originally part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color had pulled. Okay. The game is now paused. Oh, you scumbag. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. I realized it. Yes, scumbags. Zending model. The Zending went through many iterations. The room represents the fourth version of the ending. We thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and change it again shortly before launch. Trailers. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released March 12th, 2012. It featured a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. I wish we could hear the voice. Okay. Guess that's it. We came from over there. What's this way? Okay, that's the counting phone. Meeting. They actually put reflections on that. That's really cool. Option 1, doorway to maintenance to the lounge. Option 2, 2 doorways to maintenance. The other entrance will be hidden depending on how you entered. 2 confusion ending. 1 doorway to maintenance in the lounge and the original back on track option. God, figuring this out. The flow of the hallways following the first 2 doors was important to get right since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. Yeah, I would say so. Okay, let's see. We went this way. This is the very version of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Don't know if we can get around there or not. The secrets from the developers, screens from the development of boss's office. This one's much better. It really strikes you with the opulence of it. Okay, that's back to the beginning, so let's go this way. Oh, wait. Office clock, fair enough. Is it actually ticking seconds? Holy crap, it is. The lounge. An early version of the underground portion of the game. Okay. Narration outtakes. Kevin
stood on the snow. When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever. Stanley walked over the bridge.
I missed. How did I miss my big old mouth?
Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his buttons? See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design.
Nope, not going to stand there and let them all run together. That kills me. Okay, we're back here. Is there a way we didn't go? Let's go back this way. I think there was one hallway we didn't go down. We did that one. We did that one. We did that one. We did this one. I think we've done them all, actually. This one's marked exit. I guess we'll...
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Okay, I can't go past that. It looked like for a second something popped up back there. Wonder. Walk on the edge of the room here. No, okay. All right, let's hit the button.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
We're gonna let it go.
Do choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We're gonna do the one on the left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think...
I want to see if this changed.
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, What a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid?
I want to see if you can get going far enough that something happens.
Them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner.
Nose.
Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving
I'm
himself,
hoping this changes.
believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for
But
it?
this may be a predetermined path.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job.
So itchy.
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Oh.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
I tried.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Can we skip this?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
Nope.
She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her
We
place
can't
of
skip
work.
the...
But on this particular
I hate the
day,
fact that we can't
her
skip it.
walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay. Okay, now we're back here. So now we need to get to the other side.
Stanley was alone. Finally.
Oh, that's new.
Great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, I'm going on the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I want to go back
Perhaps
to the
he wanted
lift.
to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible.
I want to see if I can see the jump off point. The truck, maybe? Like, could I land on the truck and survive?
Look, Stanley, I think, but in his eagerness to
Nope.
prove that he is
Nope.
in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley left.
I
for
wonder where the
cliff
jump off
and
point on the
plunged
lift
to
is.
death. Good job, Stanley.
Where
Everyone thinks
can you
you're
jump
very
off?
powerful.
Okay, back to that again, because I want to look around some
All
more.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
Can I
had
run?
simply missed
No.
a memo.
Maybe they took the jump off point
Stanley
out.
came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I don't. I'm trying to get back to that lift. I
Stanley
wish it'd be
felt
shorter.
lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he
That's
had
new.
never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly
This is new.
love. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
That's it. Kind of interested to see if it says anything else.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Wow.
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Wow. You suck, narrator dude.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
That you're a douche nozzle? Yep, we know. Ah. Can't read it. Anything else, narrator dude? Nope, okay.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
All right, let's
ago.
look here. Oh, you can jump onto the stairwell.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not
When it
sure
goes up and over, you can jump onto this.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Ah.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Danger
Give me a
everywhere.
chance.
Hey, we've been here before, I think.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I mean, we gotta walk through the blue one, right? Just see what happens.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red
Blue door.
I still don't think we're communicating
Oh,
properly.
he took the blue door away.
Walked through the
What a
red
scumbag.
door.
Can I, is it just not there? Okay. I like that the arrows though. That's a very nice touch. Okay, red door it is.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
I'm not. You
see
only
that
give me
I
choice.
really have wanted you to be happy all this time.
Took away my
The
free
problem
will,
is all these
dude.
choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
That's what happens. Wow, it doesn't give any choice, does it? But now, technically, they're two separate doors. So...
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Ooh, this is new.
Here.
Oh!
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
What happened when they meet in the middle? Oh. How pretty. We're gonna wait and see what happens. She's gonna disappear? Oh, and it restarts. Well, no. I wonder what happens eventually. Oh, the stars are moving. That's cool. Oh, it's spirals. It's a single spiral pasted over and over and over. It's an ingenious way to do it. These are the voyage of the Starship TTV-IP on its 4-hour mission to discover what happened to the Stanley Parable. That's very bright. Okay, this one looks like it's just gonna forever. Forever go on. No? No, okay. It did white and red. Let's see what happens. White, green, and red. Let's see what happens next. Stars went out. And it starts over. Okay. So it's on a loop. Okay. A very long loop, but a loop. Okay.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Oh. How pretty. Okay, I'll go back.
Right. Where were we?
Tempted to try to walk off. You can't. Okay. Nah, we're done. It's stopped now.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for my God? Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
Yep.
You're literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
I am.
Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yep.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know.
We're walking slower and slower, so we're definitely doing damage to ourselves.
But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
I did.
Well, this one is yours.
Thank you, narrator dude. Okay, wait. I want to see what happens when we go back to the room. We walk so slow now because we're so hurt. What happens if we go back to the room now? When we're almost ready to die. I think one more do it. We're walking very slow.
Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me? I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
Okay. Oh, I was like, is it gone? That'd be funny. Oh God, we're so hurt. We're walking so slow. Okay, we'll get to the top up here and right off the edge is what happens. Here we go.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra
Oh!
Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success,
Game Factory
it was
Home.
expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Not special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we...
Oh, it starts as a me.
Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Oh, I hope it takes me back to the very beginning. That would be fantastic.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right. All right, let's see.
Jump circle.
The
Can I jump?
circle?
Hold on.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Can I jump out of the circle? No. Okay. What's that over here? I heard something. Oh.
Goodness. Another elevator.
I mean, as
Stanley, I have to say,
As free content goes.
impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens.
That's
when
fantastic.
video game developers with
I
no
love
respect
it.
for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an
I
image.
love
And
it.
don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Fantastic.
It's my fault, Stanley.
Fantastic.
I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like
That's fantastic.
always. What do you say, friend?
Okay. What do we got? That copy machine's seen better days.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the
No.
vent. I want to show you something.
No. Now, hold on now. Let's go in the vent. It'd be fantastic if it suddenly turned into a horror game. I mean, I would hate it. I hate horror games, but that would be fantastic.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh. Man, that's a cool effect, actually. Hi, Gert!
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I
Mario,
want.
yeah.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh, I should have put on my coveralls. Nabbit.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game
No,
originally launched?
just this.
Back then, video games...
Just playing some video games.
Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Cargo Operator's Manual, your comprehensive resource for using the cargo lift. Indie Box Collector's Edition. What if that's real? I'd love to have a boxed edition. Honestly, here it had its starts in pagan holidays and stuff, but now it's just literally a chance for everybody to dress up, have a little fun, and get some free candy. I mean, oh, British Academy of Film and Television awarded to Bruce, The Last of Us, Stanley Parable. That's funny. No, it's not banned. No, none of our holidays are mandatory. None of them. First kiss, my first card release, Stanley Parable. 2013. 2013. The Memory Zone Temp. Is that on the disc? Oh, it's the Stanley Parable. By the narrator, 2013. The Stanley Parable is an exploration of story, games, and choice. Except the story doesn't matter. It might not even be a game, and if you ever actually do have a choice, let me know how you did it. Yes, yeah. A 2,000 words whose sound meaning have survived the past 2,000 years. Okay. Good times. A trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. There was a record? I wonder if that's a picture of their first dollar. Their real first dollar they ever made. That'd be funny. Stanley Parable demonstration. Begin the demo. Oh, that's cool. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Game innovation. Debut game and story. Oh, that's awesome. New video game releasing today. The New York Times. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. Late edition today. Sunny, hot, humid, high 92. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, warm and humid, low 74. Tomorrow, sun and clouds, hot, humid, high 90. All the news is fit to print. Oh, there we are. In loving memory, little Stanley. Oh, it's a gerbil. Or a rat, I can't tell. There's a piano up there we can't get to. Hope this isn't copyrighted.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
They're tasteful and nostalgic. Yeah. Top 10 memories from the Stanley Parable. Person of the year. Can't see who it is. Oh, there we are. The only two models in the game. Only two player models in the game. That's very cool. Oh, and there they are making the game. For Scott K. So is that like the box deluxe edition? Because I would love to have that. Your number is 29.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Premiering steak oil salesman. I don't know what that means.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back To have it all over again?
We can't get in there. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them they can't do anything. Literally anything. Okay. We can't go in there, though. Maybe downstairs is open? Ah, okay.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
It is real, and you won't believe the price. Oh, God, I can imagine.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Not recommended. Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion.
Play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Oh my God.
It's a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Steam reviews on all those. That's great. Oof. I'd love to have one, but not at that price. This is pretty cool, man.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
You are very preachy.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel...
Reviews. That's
like
awesome.
People down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations.
I do wish there was a skip button.
I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record.
Oh.
Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this.
the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably.
So will it just go on forever?
End of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue
What
full
if
of
I hit it again?
unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it
Why
was
don't I just
perhaps
keep
one of
hitting
my
it?
more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to
I just want to see how they
every
handle
person
it.
you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices
I'm gonna take
you've
the hat
ever
off,
made,
man.
in fact,
Woo.
make you more not
Woo.
this kind
Warm.
of person, and in fact do the very opposite?
Whew.
You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both
Schrodinger's
affecting
choice.
you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto.
Multiversal
but
theory.
I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthful.
How long, I wonder?
Rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation. And I do find myself...
I just wonder how much dialogue they had him do for this.
Say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued...
Carry on, narrator dude.
Countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
Okay, they did this so they could leave it going forever. It's just looping.
Manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Well, there's sport.
That was
You
clever.
really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of
The
word.
clock's actually going
The
forward,
minute I
too.
start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of
Look at
their
the floor.
Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know.
Floor's
what
getting
to
like this
change
weird
their review
pattern
in
on
the
it.
first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at
And the
work,
tree's dying.
surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation.
Yeah,
Yes,
you can tell by the
I think
tree.
That's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let
There
me
is a
stop
hair.
there. How about this?
tickling
From the
my nose
ashes
from
of
my
the
mustache, and
devil
it's driving me crazy.
rises the phoenix of quality. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well,
Door's
I
gone.
want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Door's gone.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but
The door should have been back here.
Way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait.
If I press it, I did a whooping.
And don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes. Good. I'll be right back. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Yeah, the lights are burned. Two of the lights are burned out.
I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And
Yeah, I'm just wondering what they, what the lines are they gave him to
looked at it from
combat
every
it.
angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you.
I had a fence like this when I was a kid.
And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea.
What is okay?
I have no
Hold
idea
on.
how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe. I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button.
Hold on. I have got a hair tickling my nose, and it is literally driving me crazy. I'm gonna shut off my cam for a minute. No! Oh, it's this thing.
Again, why would you?
Oh, it's my overlay. Okay.
And I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixated.
Okay, hold on. There we go.
On every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention.
I love the fact that they gave him all these lines just to fill this time. I think that is so cool.
I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you.
What message did I get?
Decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it.
Says I got a
Surely
message,
you'll
but
press that button again, leaving me here.
I
And
didn't.
surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved
It just
by my
goes and
hours
goes,
of
man.
youthful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, no, no. I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my
And it
head.
starts
I just
over.
couldn't ignore the negative.
Okay, so
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
it's been a lot longer than that. The lights are burned out.
Sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that
Wow,
button,
that's profound.
You're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something.
Wow.
I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy.
I feel sorry for hitting the button again.
And
I'm getting ready
cast a
to.
shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it. To think of returning to such coldness.
That was Stokes in my
Let
heart.
us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
You can hear him breathing. You guys might not be able to. But I can hear him breathing through the headphones. They actually recorded him sitting there in silence. Okay.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being.
Clock
I
stopped.
saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being.
Yeah, look, the bricks are starting to break down.
The spaciousness, the equanimity,
Mold between them and
of
stuff.
knowing,
That's such a
both
good
singular
touch.
and infinite. For the longest time, this was
What's out there? Oh, it's that fan. Oh, God, it's such a good touch.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed.
Oh, water's leaking. You can hear it.
The end is never the end, 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 is never.
A lot more water leaking. You can hear it. Are we underwater now? Okay, definitely storm. Oh, storm damage. Aw. I mean, the plant was dead, sure, but still, aw. Hold on, I'll look around here. That is so cool. Sunlight? It's not nighttime anymore. Oh, Mother Nature prevailed. Stuck. It's been long enough. The dirt has piled up and killed the plants. That's fantastic sound design. That was something roaring way off in the distance. Oh, the whole. Oh. Darn it. It didn't pop up. Pop out again. Oh, you can't walk up. You can't walk up on the roof. Well, you know what? The door's over there, so it wants us to go that way, so we're going this way. Cantankerous to the end, baby.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So I don't think you can ever actually... Oh, new content. All right, let's go.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Oh, I thought it was going to turn for some reason. I don't know why.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
The end is never the end again.
You see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why there are so many...
That's a Macintosh.
It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans
2012?
have truly been asking for.
Taste the sequel. Sip cola.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe?
Off painting
But the
K.TGA.
Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
They're back. 2 doors. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. More TSP, better TSP. Win-win. Sequel Mindshare 2. The color red. Leverage holistic value. Paradigm shift synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelope client-centric marketing. Wow. Total catchphrases. A whole bunch of different... Thanks for attending my meeting. A whole bunch of different things. Another MacBook.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure
Scrum, design, pitch, break, pitch, design, number 2, checked.
Concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
In England, that's a very bad thing. Yeah. Oh, yes. Men in Black. I had to think. New features. Can we get up here? There's a bus. This is impressive. And we're trapped.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
This t-shirt is the best new feature. The end is never the end again. New features, new content, new ideas. The new updated ray traced, more of the same, but in a good way sequel. Red is the new orange. The baby is all grown up. No screenshots.
An
Epilogue.
would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Jump, circle, infinite hole. Infinite hole, you say? I don't buy that. Jump circle, this map. Free achievement. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Merge, setting, world champion. Wow. Wow. I love Wally. Great show. I like a lot. I like a lot of the earlier Pixar movies. He always turns away from us, or is he turning on a dais? And there we are. There we are. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Well, this ain't creepy.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
I wonder if something changes if you only use like one or something. Pull the lever, receive a new achievement, no more steps, it just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Well, that wasn't very good. Okay.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one.
Ooh.
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
How do I pick? Oh.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
What a scumbag. Oh, God, okay.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. I've made my decision. We're
Oh.
on.
Merch. Oh, we're back here. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Is that in here?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated
Thank you.
as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Jim. Isn't that... Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Sure.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself...
I'm Jim. What's up?
Sleeping and waking as Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
I want to push the Jim button again. Can I push it?
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says, but no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away. Jim.
That was harsh. I was having fun with the Jim button. I don't know why he's got to be like that. I just take the Jim button away. Whatever. Loser.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2.
That's going to be a small audience, dude. We're going to the infinite hole. Concrete contemplations. Oh, time like infinity, hole like infinity. Okay. Opening rim, surrounding area, depth infinite. It just keeps going. Infinite hole chart. Science infinity falling. Gotcha. Hole entrance. Oh, that's a wormhole diagram.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later.
You no touch the button. Do 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 do
I don't know quite how to say this
do
tactfully,
do
but
do
it's possible
do
that I
do
slightly
do.
exaggerated the infinite nature of the whole.
Oh, did you now?
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is.
Oh man.
Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of
Woo!
infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever.
Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2.
The issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured
Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2.
Don't you put this on me? Maybe you're the problem. Look,
Whoa.
things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I didn't say nothing.
Don't we just put all this behind us and agree to
Just the
walk
two of us.
most
We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
Then go ahead and press the
Building
button.
castles in the
Walk
sky.
over
Just
the
the
hill
two
and
of
move
us.
on. I'll just
You and
go
I.
already.
Management to everyone by me. Meeting at 2 p.m. Sincerely, management. New mug and a bunch of cigarettes. Okay. G.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. It goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird sort of...
It wa-
Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become...
Does it get shorter every time? It gets shorter every time.
Okay, yes.
So eventually will it disappear?
I'm extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my life. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is
Not
the
working.
teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
See you, narrator. Just the two of us in our hole. Building holes in the floor, just the two of us. Even more. Just the two of us. God, this hole is a bore, just the two of us. So very boring. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. She's a moving down, folks. Take me, old... No, I'm not saying that. That could have come out completely wrong. No jump. I tried. Carry on, mighty hole. Bye, surface. Bye. Oh. Right up the nose. I like this one. The noise they picked for change perspective was terrible. Change your perception? You can't keep up with the tune. That's terrible. That's backwards. It's raining. That's definitely dropping tone. Okay, it's repeating. Oh! 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 Ha! Trying to find one that's not terrible. Okay, so the noise that goes, that one ain't bad. I want to check the realities. It's spoopy. Infinite space. Oh. Beach. Easter Island. Desert outside Saudi Arabia, looks like? I don't know what that is. Very, very high up. Looks like the Arizona desert. Microbes. That looks like a thing off of where the wild beasts grow, or the wild beasts are. Okay, we're back to the other ones. Change yourself. I love him. I want a figure. Oh, I like that one too. I don't like the claymation one. Don't like that one. That one's okay. That's disturbing and I don't like it at all.
Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things,
You got it.
you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. And I'm looking
What if I
forward to
hadn't jumped all my, if I hadn't used all my jumps? I'm not going to jumped out.
I'll be back. Toodle pip.
Does it happen again? Because that would be very cool. Nope. It just gives up. It's like, nope. He's never going to leave the freaking hole. Wow, that took a long time to load up. Okay, we got to go back to the infinite hole.
Here we are.
The
Go
Renaissance
on,
bucket.
try out some of the new features.
Oh, the hole's gone. See, that says that's new. How do I get up there? Infinite hole. We're going back to the hole. Because I want to see what happens. Oh. Oh. Bummer drag, dude. What kind of 2-bit garbage? Did the achievement work yet? Did you get the achievement working yet? What the freaking achievement, dude? Dang it. There's a light under that wall. Hey, don't be disparaging the hole. Me and the hole had a soul connection. Where's some of the stuff pointing to new up here? That's new. Oh, no, it's just a wall now. Oh, I see over there. I gotta go over here. That's new. That's a big old hole. Exit. Jump circle. Jump circle does not work. We try. Oh, that's very, very cool art.
Oh, goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the bucket exhibit. You see, there's a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the bucket. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the bucket, okay?
Where's the bucket?
All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
Thank you. Button. Bucket exhibit. Okay. Will it stop me from going anywhere, or just no? Just over there. The bucket exhibit. What did it say? Stanley Parable 2 new feature: the Stanley Parable 2 reassurance bucket. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. I'll never forget that for the rest of my life.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical.
The bucket, just pick it up.
Chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Can I get my bucket,
Can you imagine
please?
what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket.
Can I get the
is
bucket, please?
Perfect solution. Come on.
I would like the bucket, please.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
Can we do
All
something?
this and more
I
awaits
put the bucket down?
in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
They should.
That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Now can I go up that other way? Oh, the little physics motion with the bucket is very cool. I like it. Aha, we can. Okay. Somebody's briefcase. I want to keep going up.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you
Dude,
like
you
all of the new
startled
features?
me,
Yes, I
dude.
know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Sure, light on me, baby.
Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Light on me.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley?
That's better.
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Pretty good. Great actual settings.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Yep.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ah, the balloons.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
We're going to follow and see what he says this time.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it is.
Do I get a choice to? Because I will.
That the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults
the broom
simply
closet,
in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley,
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That
Oh,
your
I can walk forward by
relationship is
hitting them
purely
with the bus
superficial
button.
and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety
I mean,
of
it's a
experiences
closet.
you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their
What did it do?
relationship to broom closets.
Oh,
in the
property of
natural
Stanley.
order of things.
Are we done with the closet?
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works
Oh, it's
because
a
the sticker
bucket
is
sticker.
also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Are we done?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
What if I choose the broom closet? My eyes are getting itchy. I'm getting tired. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of
What was
any
it? It was
life.
4,
Crushed by the
2.
weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
I mean, that is
now,
true.
In his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion?
An invoice this time.
It would be with him always. The bucket would. And
Chianti.
he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's
I
desk.
did.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Bucket guidance. We all need it.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful
Taste the sequel.
figurines.
Okay. Down we go.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him,
comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
Man, this one eye's itchy.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
This time we're not going to turn it off.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Oh, I tried to walk through there, wouldn't let
Stanley
me.
and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No!
Feeble mind?
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Let's turn this puppy
Stanley
on.
decided that this machinery would never... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
Evil bucket.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust.
What?
And
No.
suddenly, an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
My ears stopped up.
And Stanley was happy.
Oh, that's weird. My ears all stopped up. Hope I don't get an infection in that ear. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
Big Ring Findings
Perhaps
Committee
it's
meeting today in the meeting room. Okay, we're not taking the bucket this time. Oh, there's drapes now.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
I want
he
to push
entered
the
a
button without the birds, without the bucket. How we can find them all.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere.
Yeah.
Could he really
Jesse
be
said
all
that
alone?
Ping Down Down was crazy,
This
so the
was
boys
too
will
much
be
for
here in just a
Stanley
minute.
to take. Too much
Okay.
for any man to take. He fell to his knees.
Okay.
burst
We're gonna
into
take
half
a
moans,
break
half
here.
sobs.
We're gonna take a break here for about 5 or 10 minutes. My grandsons are gonna be here in just a minute, so take this chance to go get something to eat, go to the bathroom, that kind of thing. We'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, we are back. Welcome back. The dreams are yours. Check it out. Welcome back, Cotter. There's an oldie but a goodie. Okay. And since I took my Mario hat off, I'm going to put my regular headphones back on because I have individual volume control and stuff. But let's jump back in. Resume the game.
Guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour.
I mean, I wasn't,
When
but sure.
at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk.
I love these
What
different
could it
things.
mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it.
And he's only like 10,000 combinations.
845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened
Missed it.
passageway.
I want to see what happens when I go do that same thing without the bucket. We're probably only going to do 1 or 2 more endings because I do want to play Escape from Duckov tonight some and show it off. So we'll probably do 1 or 2 more endings.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I want to do 2 more endings. I want to do an ending where this ending here,
An enormous room packed with television
where we
screens.
do the bird thing without the bucket. Then I want to go through and walk out the door to the outside with the bucket
To find out.
and see what that is. And then I want to go the escape route way with the bucket. So we'll do 3 more endings.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it.
I believe it.
Couldn't accept it. His own life.
I believe
in
it absolutely.
someone else's
100%.
control?
Ah.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Now I wonder if we go turn the power on and come back here, will this be enabled?
Never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off.
There's a button up there.
If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire colony.
Let's light this candle.
Until detonation then,
This is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
Blue.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go.
5.
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time
5.
on the
Where's
clock.
5?
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time
Where's
doesn't
5?
wait
I need
for
5.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to
3.
be doing right now? Or did you
5.
just
There's
assume
5.
when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you.
5.
Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored
G.
ones. Or maybe
Oh, there's
this big
pictures
red
on them.
button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment.
2.
But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just
2.
seconds ticking away to your death. You're
2,
only still
2,
playing
2,
instead of
2,
watching
2,
a cutscene
2,
because I
2.
want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge.
I don't see a 2.
You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately?
So you can't actually shut it off.
Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
You can't actually shut that off. Okay. Grab the bucket this time.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, but Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
Okay.
left.
Inside of the sequel, there's a large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs, somewhere both red and blue. A private but smelly place for an important person. Oh, okay.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Another miniature
Both
Stanley
red and blue.
This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things.
Like I recognize both red and blue.
Stands. Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that.
I like
Another
Stanlerines.
Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay. Red and blue, bathroom. Nope, we're not getting stuck in the infinite loop again. Okay. Bathroom for a very important person, so that's up in the office.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little
Okay,
Stanley figurines. And
um,
now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
I like Figley.
What name better encapsulates the
Figley.
intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Says I got a message. I keep getting things like pop up, but then nothing. I don't know. I don't know what's. Maybe it's a weather alert or something. Okay, so let's see. That's executive bathroom. And doggone it, I could have went back out there. Okay, so. Oh. Oh! This is new. Oh, my camera's messed up. It's stuck. My camera is stuck. How long it's been stuck? I didn't even notice. Wow, this goes on for a long time. I'll restart it here in a second, but I don't want to hit pause on the game. Does this just go on forever? Ah, it doesn't actually move. That's funny. Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing.
I thought it changed. Oh, a kitty.
Even now,
oh, he's a kitty cat.
Did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos? It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad.
Why is that one a slightly different color?
2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Okay, now we're going to take the shut it off part of with the bucket, where we escape. Okay, I'll pause it for a second and restart my camera. Apparently I'm not. What's going on with the camera? Oh, it crashed. The camera app crashed. Okay. Let's try this again then. Okay, there we go. The whole camera app crashed. I've got to run a separate app to use my iPhone as a cam. And then we're going to do one more. We're going to do an escape with the bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Let's go.
What horrible secret did this place hold?
Can I skip it?
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Even the boss.
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into
Look at that one with the
tears.
green
Stanley
tint in the box. I want to do that one.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Remember, there's a rumor for a long time that one of these has got a person setting in it.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What
You notice how much faster it's coming down now?
does the bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Keep
Control
expecting that
making
one to be
emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored
me.
and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to
Okay, now we do the one where we
Stanley
leave
decided that this machinery
with the bucket. I want to see
would
what
never
happens.
again exert its terrible power over another human life. For Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Oh.
What? Wait. What was happening?
No, the next one's the escape
Now
route.
stopped. Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Okay, this time we take the bucket, we go the escape route route.
Sitting there, Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away.
Oh, I should have waited for that.
Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, it wasn't red and blue. A large room, lots of boxes. That's got to be the storage room there. Not there, but I just want to check it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of
What was
hours,
it? 2?
did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Now we'll take the escape route.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, it's going much faster every time you do it.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Violent death.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like the bucket itself, human mind is frequently empty within and a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you've learned here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit, or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? All hail bucket. All hail the bucket. All hail the bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Metaphor for a bucket going to heaven, I take it. That's actually very pretty. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. There's a lot more than 25 on there. There's like 500 down there. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval area was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains no one can control a bucket. Well, that billions didn't die. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death for just attempting it. I want a whole game based on the bucket lore. The stress bucket, an analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of assurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equal holes. Rest and relaxation doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Stress, the level of water in the bucket. The stress bucket presented without commentary. I want a game done with the buckets. I think that would be amazing. Where you have to have different buckets for different effects and stuff. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Feeding animals, catching water, catching the leak, carrying stuff in the bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. I just had a feeling.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another...
Okay, this time we're going to grab the bucket and go downstairs.
The wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Oh! Another person!
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Watching for other people.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was
I like
this
the
better
shades
than the
now.
meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley
The
closed door
bucket
and
is
went
never
back to the
wrong?
meeting room.
Okay, so we're going to have to do it a couple more times.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was
I wonder if
firmly
it'll go
convinced
back,
that the
if I can
bucket
write it
had
back.
spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Oh my God, it's 6 o'clock. $6 o'clock in Allsville. No wonder I'm getting tired. Okay, can I write it back? No.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here. Stanley once again obeyed blindly. Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
This is nice. Sunset. You can't jump. No, seriously, we disabled it. That was an achievement just now. Oh. Oh, Stan, it's me, your bucket. Press Z to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
You want to take me back home with you?
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
I want to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
You can do solids too.
It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press B for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
I get it. It's a reflection of the room. I didn't get it. Press I to ignore anyone else in your life except me. Yes, my Lord and Master
Sad.
Bucket.
I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You notice the bucket's getting dirtier and dirtier? You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press R to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press J to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press H to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings.
Oh.
The bucket. No. What's going on?
Oh.
Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Yes, my bucket. All hail the bucket. Oh. Where's my bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly.
Okay, now we're going to go downstairs.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley
No, I need to go the other way. I forgot to go downstairs. Oh.
The employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Dang it. I got carried away being cantankerous.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley
That's okay, we'll take the lift to see what happens.
To go back. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Okay.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket
I love the
isn't even
baby.
from the original Stanley
Hi, baby.
Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next?
Raw assets
and
map
play some
2.
silly music as well.
Engine import function. That seems very adventure-y.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I'm not giving up my bucket. That's not going to happen.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
I'm trying to get the bucket.
I hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans.
I'm trying. It won't let me.
Fans what they want. Hurry and...
I tried. It wouldn't let me. I wanted to destroy the bucket. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we killed the universe.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
It was magnificent. I'll give it that. Okay, now you said I should do a different door. Take the left in the hall. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure.
So before I get there, I take the right-hand door and then I take the door, the door left in the hall, right? I'll give it a couple seconds to catch up. Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go
Okay.
back and
Do not get on lift.
detour
Okay.
through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Okay, I'm here. Which way now? Okay, explore. All right, let's look around. Still can't open that door. Fair enough. There will be a reward for finding them all. We need more planks. Produce one plank to allow ease of access past the fence. Construct bridge to allow connection of shiny float. Retrieve Charles' remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Large room, lots of boxes. We know what that one is. Trust the completionist instincts. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless. Source of levitation? Maybe we are the collectibles. To my concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambience or local audio sources using an array of corduroy mics, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noises. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberances off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads? Wouldn't you like to know? So it's a bathroom. Help, I am a post-it. Ah! Expecting something to be there.
Coming to a
okay, this time we're going to go down.
Upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive...
I thought there might be a thing here, but no.
Taken that risk. All because he believed
so now we're just stuck in this again.
His boss would think he was crazy.
This is the only loop I don't like.
Occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe
this is too long.
I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket.
Okay, this is just going to restart anyway.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps... Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the
let's
bucket
go left.
to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. Let's go
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No, that's wrong again. I went the wrong way again.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Whoops, I hit the wrong button.
In his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
Is it not?
It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, I think this is gonna be the last thing. It's a good game, but I'm getting a little tired of it. We've been doing it for 4 hours.
Straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet.
I want to get crushed by the thing at the end with the bucket.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Well, we've just been doing it for 4 hours. I'm getting tired.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Or?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest.
Okay,
It was a glorious bucket to behold.
You can't even run, which sucks.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his... No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
This time I'm gonna let it crush us.
Something we can do. Something we can do together,
Nope.
you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with
That's what we're gonna do. He's
bucket.
toast.
We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision of the...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
Let's see if I can
lounge
find the
first,
way to
just
the,
admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all.
I don't know where the last one is, though.
Had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Oh.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
Narrator.
You didn't think I was
Dialogue.
actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Okay, I wonder where the last one is.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Not going to take the bucket. I am going to go to the meeting room, though. And look at that last clue.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Somewhere both red and blue. Oh, is it at the very end? I bet it's at the very end. Who took these pictures of them? I like that. I'm watching. Red room? Let's watch it here. Bottom text. Okay. Small floating objects appeared across the office. We have to synergize our research to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There's no memo for the management. Mixing in the air. I really don't know where that is. I don't know where that one is. Red room. Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. Looks like 427. 5 there be. Just take it from me. Game. Somewhere both red and blue. I don't know. Under the stairs, the boxes. Oh, the red and blue room. Red and blue door. Oh my God. How do you get to the red and blue door? I don't remember. I don't remember how to get to the red and blue door. We know it's not up through there. It's got to be down here.
Staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No, that's just the endless loop. Okay, so I've got to go the other way. Okay. Oh, okay. That's right. I did not remember how to get there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I want to see what happens when we get all 6 of them.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I was getting ready to.
Yeah, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud
Right?
of you
Yeah, I
for
get lost.
completing them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just
Round and round the rosary bush.
And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Oh, it totally reset. No balloon. Oh.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
When Stanley found the collectibles.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh, really? I was going to go back and steal the figure.
And here was the second Stanlerine.
You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them.
Can't believe I missed the first one.
But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No, I missed one.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Windows Movie Maker, I love it. I missed the first one there. I didn't know they was going to be grabbable. I love Windows Movie Maker.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
8 minutes.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Perhaps
Missed
because
that first
it
one.
was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all
That's going to
correct.
grate on me.
It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
You are in the present.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
This game is insane.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Nope, nothing.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Can you find them? Can you find them? The jumping circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look
Yeah,
how
baby.
fun the past is. I want more.
There's some pizza in the oven if you want it.
memories.
Come here, baby. I'll show off the new kitty real quick. Hold on.
Okay, there's some pizza in the oven.
Okay, hold on. You can take. Hold on. You can take them again. This is Mac, like mac and cheese. He's a little boy kitty, and he's very sweet when he's not being a pain in my butt. Oh, you've got food, don't you? Oh, he's just purring so hard.
Yeah.
Oh, you can probably hear him. Probably can't hear him. The mic's not picking it up. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, hi, Dustin.
He's been here what? A month and a half?
Yeah, since somewhere around that. Month and a half, almost 2 months.
He said, hey, Parker. Okay, go with Mama.
We're handing out chippies outside, so.
Okay, did you get some shoes on?
No, I'm laying out on top of a blanket. Under
It is
another
like
blanket.
38 degrees.
No, it is not. It is pretty warm outside.
Oh, it's 54 degrees. Still, you should not be outside without shoes on.
Not on
I'll tell her. She's already gone. Okay, so we go back, I guess. He wants us to go backwards. We're not going to get to the other game today. We'll do it maybe next week sometime.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely?
That's true.
Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
We're going to follow his directions one more time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm going to let it run for a minute. I want to see what happens. He's singing, I'm Stanley. Stanley. Let's look this up. I haven't looked up anything this time. I've had some help, but I want to see if anything happens in this elevator. The Stanley Parable, the game. Riding the boss's elevator. Does anything ever happen? Nope. Doesn't do anything. It never moves, and it will always just open back up to here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate for answers, he began turning. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Oh. I'm the most expensive boss.
Soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay, we're going to do this, and then we're going to hit the button and escape, and that's where we're going to call it. That's what we're going to call the whole stream, because I'm exhausted.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley.
Yeah, it was fun, but I'm tired. I'm wore out.
Strength to
find out.
5 hours, I guess, is just about my limit.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's fun. This is a fun game. I love games like this where there's no antagonist. You're not having to dodge things. It's not real scary. I mean, there's a couple parts I was like, if this was a different kind of game, I'd be worried. But, you know.
He was happy with his boring job, that his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly.
This is a fantastic game.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled.
I wonder if there's some way to open this door.
Or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working.
It has a wire over to this one.
From this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he
yeah, it was fun.
dismantled the controls once and for all. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine.
I think so, yeah.
Unshackled himself from someone else's.
I'll have to watch a complete playthrough of this just to see the stuff I missed.
And yet, even as the immense doors, Stanley reflected on how the puzzle still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, things were meant to happen.
Sure.
And Stanley...
I was caught in a mid-yawn. I couldn't stop. It's completely different every time. Okay, that's what we're going to call it. Oh, happy Halloween, everybody. I will tell them. I hope everybody had a good time. We had a couple of people stop in on YouTube like usual. You know, this is the Stanley Parable 2 opening, isn't it? Yeah. I love this. I hope everybody had fun. Texan, thank you for being here and keeping me company. And Dragon Bear. I know Dragon Bear's been outside most of the time giving away candy, but, you know, thank you anyway. And everybody else that was in, thank you. Gert, thank you for being here. Everyone else never typed, which is fine. But anyway, just know a blanket. Thank you for being here. We'll be back Monday. Probably with some more Mysteria. I'm not sure yet. Mysteria did not seem to be very popular. We may try doing it a couple more days. Or we may go back to Ascension for a couple of days. I don't know. I'll think about it next couple of days and we'll see. Or we may try Duckov. Monday. Oh, I got a cramp in my foot. Oh, cramp in my foot. Cramp in my foot. Oh. You ever have your heel cramp? That's what happened. That hurt like it. Almost said a bad word. But I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend and a happy Halloween. And we will be back Monday with something. I haven't decided yet. But I will see you all then. And I will see you all in the next game. Bye, everybody. Have a great weekend.